Mic check, track 1140. 1140. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 seconds.
Just get that to Drew and she will help through that. Commissioner Thompson? Okay. Good. Thank you for the story. We are at the Knox County Agenda Review. This is an optional review meeting for commissioners. There are no votes that are taken here. Just making sure I got my stuff together, I'm sorry. All right.
I got it right here too.
Perfect. Do we have any items that Commission are wanting to pull for discussion? Commissioner Hill?
Madam Chair, I'd like to review quickly items 7 and 8, and then also item 29, please.
Thank you. So make sure everybody heard that. That was items 7, 8, and 29 by Commissioner Hill. I'm going to give everybody time to catch up here for a second.
29.
29. 7, 8, and 29. Are you on the right? You were on the mock, probably. That's what I was on. Ew, it's been a day.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
When we get to section F, our honorary resolutions, I don't want to pull those. I just want to discuss how we are going to approach those
Okay.
since there are 5.
Yes. So we will discuss honorary resolutions of how we're going to proceed with that because we will have 5. So that will be a busy one. Okay. I'll give everybody another minute or two just to look over, and I'm sorry, we just came out of mock training for all of our new commissioners, so everybody's trying to kind of get organized here. Do what? Not at all. All right. Commissioner, oh, no. Okay. All right, to remind everybody, we've got 7, 8, and 29. Does any commissioners want to add any other items to be discussed? All right. I will then turn it over to Commissioner Hill for number 7.
Thank you. I'm actually addressing items 7 and 8 collectively here.
Okay.
This is the closing of a portion of Lobetti Road. Before I begin, I see several people out here that are in support of this closure. Is there anyone out there that's in opposition to it?
It's agenda.
It's not lining up.
Well, that's
I'm
what
not
I've got.
seeing anyone. Mr. Guard, unless you or anyone in your group would like to specifically address this today, I feel inclined to just go ahead and postpone it to next week, or not postpone it, but no point in having you all speak now and then again next week. So, but the floor is yours if you have any interest, any of you, in speaking to it. I do have 4 residents here. 4, is that right? It looks like that are 6 that are in support of this closure, especially on number 8. Commissioners, I would really encourage you, please, to go out and look at this specific road closure here before next week, if you could. It's, we've got some pictures, but it's a little bit difficult to actually explain. 6, thank you. We have 6 people. Stand up. I'm so excited. Look, I have 6 people that came to Agenda Workshop to try to help me support this. And again, I asked them to come because I did not know if opposition would be here again, because they were last month, so I was trying to be prepared. So if there's no questions and you all don't care to say anything, I'll just hold this until next week, and you all can go home. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Hill, I wanted to say those are actually items 48 and 49.
What am I looking at here?
Well, I had the same thing. I think we just had we had a different
All right.
one that we were looking at, but
We're-
that's 48 and 49.
We're still moving on. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you all for coming. And we need to pull item number 31 for Commissioner Jay.
Plus 33 and through 35.
33 and 35, okay.
Mr. Guard, thank you all, really, thank you so much. I know that was a haul for you. We'll see you next Monday, please.
31 and then 33 through 35.
And remember, Commissioner Hill.
And 29. Yep.
Commissioner Hill.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Hill, we will go to item 29.
Thank you. And I do have an agenda that was printed a couple of days ago.
I did too, so, yeah,
I'm a little off on that.
that's okay, we're fine. World's not gonna end.
Thank you. Looking at this agenda item, this was a reappointment that I made when I was still chair, or approved to have come before commission. Am I reading the right one? Oh,
Which number is that?
You need a copy.
okay, wait a minute. Resolution, doesn't, I only have the resolution.
It's number 16.
16.
Is it John Biden?
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna get everybody back on board.
I
We've got
apologize.
numbers, you're fine, number 16, number 31, 33 through 35, 48, and 49. Everybody get that?
No.
Madam Chair, could you
Let's
repeat
do it one
that?
more, I'll do it one more time. 16, 31, 33 through 35, 48, and 49. Is that right?
That's right. You said 16.
And
Oh, you
16?
said that first, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I was using your mock meeting.
I know, well, that's what I was using, Commissioner Hill, and like I say, it's okay. All right. Do we have any other items to pull while we're on this before we get into the
Section F, honorary resolutions.
section F?
Sure.
And so section F will also be discussing. We're not going to necessarily pull those. We're just going to talk about how we're going to do 5 resolutions. So, okay? All right. So Commissioner Hill, you are on number 16.
All right, thank you. And before I address 16, as a courtesy, could someone tell me where the Lobetti Road, the one I was just talking about, was? Because 48 and 49, to you new commissioners, the ones that were looking at or maybe you weren't, but 48 and 49 are the ones on this agenda. Was the road closure right before, when I had my folks here to address, that I had asked you to please, if you have a chance to get out and look at that before we vote next week, I'd really appreciate it, because there will be some opposition here to that also. So now that we're back. Item 16, this is a resolution reappointing John Valiant for the Knox County Sheriff's Department Employee Merit System Board of Directors. This was one that I had added to the agenda while I was still chair. I do know that the commission has an option to either reappoint this person, or applications can be taken and we can go through the appointment process again. My personal feeling was that because Mr. Valiant had done a very good job and been very faithful in his duties, that there was no reason not to reappoint him. But I did understand that there might be some opposition to this. So Mr. Valiant is out there today, and unless someone else would like to speak first, I'll leave that to the chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Do we have any discussions before we ask Mr. Valiant to come up to the podium? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Valiant, if you'd like to come up, give your name and address for the record, please. Make sure you hit the button to turn your mic on. It may take a minute, yeah. There you go. There you go. You're on.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair. I am before you all today asking for all of your consideration in my reappointment to
Name and address, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Name is John Valiant. Address is 6705 Creekhead Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37909. I'm here before you today asking for all of your thoughtful consideration in my reappointment to the County Merit Council. Before you today, I know there are a lot of materials that you all may be aware of or may become aware of in the coming days, weeks, or months. And so I am asking that I be reappointed, that I've executed my duties faithfully in that volunteer capacity, and that the Merit Council and that the Sheriff's Office are better places because of the time and energy that I put into that position. Through my time there, we have expanded or re-expanded the opportunities for employees to file grievable offenses if they lose pay. We've taken on a lot of different issues. We've heard, I think, 3, possibly 4 grievances over the time period that I've been sitting, and really given each one a lot of thoughtful consideration in every instance. It's my position that I am the best candidate and will continue to be the best candidate for this role. I think that I've brought a role of and a thought process of critical thinking and really have tried not to come to the table and just rubber stamp. I've made sure that every single opportunity I have, I'm challenging notions and asking questions and making sure that everybody is aware of every single piece of the law and how it applies to the Merit Council. One of the things that I'm sure you'll become aware of, and I want to give everybody an opportunity to ask any questions, I have filed a lawsuit against the county, okay? And I know several of you are aware of that already, and in that lawsuit against the county, I have asked for a declaratory judgment that one of the Merit Council rules, policies, and procedures and an ordinance be struck down as unconstitutional, specifically the one pertaining to members of the Merit Board and their political activity. I bring with me today 11 copies of the documents that have been filed in the courts. These are all publicly available, so you are able to get a copy if you so choose through the court system, but I brought one for your convenience, as well as another publicly available analysis. This is available for any and all individuals. We have several analyses by the Attorney General on the matter, as well as some court cases for your thought, consideration, and review. In reappointing me, I do understand that, you know, the primary contention against my reappointment probably would be, well, if you've sued the county in this position, why should we reappoint you? And I can answer that question by saying, once again, I think if you want somebody who's going to think critically about the position that you've put them in and to really thoroughly review the policies, procedures, and the laws surrounding each decision made, then I'm the right candidate for that sort of a role. However, if you're looking for somebody to rubber stamp and push forward an agenda, I'd say I probably am not the right candidate for the role. Above all, the purpose of the lawsuit is ensuring that all of our country's and counties' constitutional freedoms are enforced. That is, first and foremost, the most important thing that anybody can do. I know several new commissioners here. I see several new faces that were not here the last time I came up and had the opportunity to speak before you all. I do want to give you all the opportunity to form your own opinions on the matter, though. And then, of course, if you have any questions, you can feel free to reach out to me directly, or you can feel free to reach out to, anybody else. I guess, are there any questions for me surrounding my time in office or my time in my position or any other matter for that matter?
Thank you, Mr. Valiant. Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Valiant, are you going to pass those out? You said you had 11 copies. Are you going to pass them out?
I'm happy to pass them out. I know this is an elected board. I didn't know if there was an appropriate person that wanted to do it. Typically when I'm up here in civil sessions court, there's typically someone that does it. I'm happy to do it myself if you allow it.
Okay. If we could get those, I would appreciate it. Also, not sure, is it, Mr. Law Director? Okay.
Here he is.
What is the term typically for this? Is this done yearly? Or, this resolution is to appoint him to 2027. Is that typical?
I believe it's, I guess it's a 3-year term. I think you appointed originally what year?
2 years ago.
So.
Now, I know that in the most recent series of changes to the ordinance, I believe staggered terms were enacted as a part of that. So I know that I think I might have a 2-year term. I think there are some individuals with 3-year terms, and there might be one individual with a 1-year term. I'm not quite sure on that. So one thing I will note about this was not filed without thought, and it was not hastily filed. I did go through the proper channels. I did go through and exhaust all of my administrative remedies. We went before, as a part of the Merit System Board of Directors, we created a subcommittee to research the issue, went through the issue, discussed it, determined that it needed to be repealed within our subcommittee, took it to the Merit Council, determined at the Merit Council that it needed to be repealed, took it before County Commission in December. County Commission, I think, if I recall correctly, voted 6-5 to maintain and keep that ordinance in place. So unfortunately, the only next step available was the next step, which is asking a court to declare it unconstitutional.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. Do we have any other questions for Mr. Valiant?
I do.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. Mr. Valiant, for the new commissioners, you are an attorney, is that correct?
Yes.
And when we interviewed you and you were asked these questions about this specific item, were you in fact clear about how you felt then in its unconstitutionality and stated, just tell us what did you state then when you were questioned?
Yes, at the time, I had a handful of positions, and the positions really were pretty simple. So, from the top down, our First Amendment states that all individuals in this country, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, abridging freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. One of the tenets of free speech is political association, and it has been interpreted as such. Now, the Tennessee Constitution mirrors that language, or it has something very similar. Now, Section 8 of the Tennessee Constitution discusses that the legislature shall have no power to suspend any general law for the benefit of any particular individual, nor to pass any law for the benefit of individuals inconsistent with the general laws of the land. Going a little bit further, I believe the justification for this has been the Hatch Act, and the Little Hatch Act specifically, which is a subsection that's been passed in Tennessee. Now, there has been several Attorney General opinions and several court cases which have analyzed this issue. Actually, very specifically, they have analyzed this issue with regards to the Merit Council, not this Merit Council, but Merit Councils in other states. And in those analyses, it has been found that the Hatch Act really has to do with employees. You can restrict the political activity of employees. However, you can't restrict the political activity of those in volunteer positions in the government. And in fact, the case, and I think you might find a mention of it on page 4. At the bottom of page 4 in the packet, you will find the case that I'm referring, where there was a lawyer who was a legal advisor. Oh, excuse me. No, it might be at the top of page 6. Oh, no, excuse me. No, it is at the bottom of page 4, but it's under subsection number 4, where there was a member of a city housing authority who was not paid and who carried on a private law practice and was properly found to be principally employed in private employment and was therefore not subject to the provisions of the Hatch Act. So very specifically, we do have case law that speaks to that point, that this would be an unreasonable, overly broad, and unduly burdensome restriction on political activity. And that's really ultimately what this comes down to, is this is a matter of, is it constitutional or not?
And you made this clear, your status about this when you were before us 3 years ago. And we knew that, and we voted to take you anyway, right?
Well, so in the initial, so 2 years ago, I initially interviewed, there were several candidates who interviewed that had brought this to commission's attention. I believe one one Steve Weiner, he was one of the individuals that came before. And he had brought this to the attention of the commission as well. And so this has been brought up. And in fact, I tell you, I won't name drop, but this action has been reviewed by several members of the legal community, blessed by several members of the legal community, including former employees of the law director's office. I won't drop any names, though.
Right.
All blessed and all have said that there is legitimate grounds for this and that it's not some frivolous attempt at anything more than, making sure that we are following the Constitution as it's written.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Lee?
Oh, okay. I have a question. Being a lawyer, I'm all for being able to go to court and litigate something, but I have a question. Is the fact that Mr. Valiant wants to be on the Sheriff's Office Merit System Board of Directors and also filing a lawsuit against the county, is that a conflict?
No. No. We constantly have employees who are in litigation with the county over workers' comp matters or other things. I don't believe it is a conflict. He has the right to assert litigation and still serve on this board. We're defending this lawsuit in federal court, and we maintain the same position we've maintained since the ordinance was passed, that it is constitutional and enforceable, and we'll deal with that in federal court. But I don't believe it presents a legal conflict for him to continue to serve on the Merit Council.
And I know that the attorney fees were part of this. Do we have just a ballpark guess of what the attorney fees could run?
Oh, well, let me say this about that. I really don't want to discuss the litigation here. I will tell you that unless the law has changed, generally speaking, a self-represented person cannot get attorney's fees in a civil rights case. Now, maybe there's some case law that's happened since that has changed that, but as far as I'm aware, a pro se party cannot get attorney's fees in a civil rights action. So, and in this particular case, Mr. Valiant is a pro se party.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Valiant, did you volunteer to serve on this Merit System Board under the governing ordinance presented to you at the time?
Yes,
Have you served on the Merit Board under the ordinance since then?
yes,
Have you followed the ordinance in your duties?
yes,
If reappointed, will you continue to voluntarily serve on this board under the ordinance as it is currently in place?
as it is currently in place and unless changed, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Valiant. Every commissioner has copies of what Mr. Valiant handed out. If you would like to speak to him personally, you can give him a call before next Monday, and we will hear this. Otherwise, I appreciate you answering questions and explaining it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next item, we will go to number 31, and that was pulled for Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 31, I wanted to provide some context to you all. This is a project that is really the second or third step in a long project related to mental health in Knox County. In my very first year as a commissioner, that would have been 2018, I, along with all of our fellow commissioners, were invited to a sort of an open public forum about mental health crises in Knox County. That included the DA, the sheriff, every provider, commissioners, other elected officials, mayors, and it was sort of a beginning discussion. At that, it was clear that really the right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing, and several providers were in the same space but didn't understand the overlap. There were lots of suggestions of we should do this, we should do that, and we were doing this and doing that, and the DA didn't necessarily know what McNabb was doing. McNabb didn't know what the sheriff was involved. It was a lot of disconnected parties, and everybody kind of realized that during the session. From that came a discussion of what does mental health look like in our county. And fast forward a few years later, every party came together and developed the first annual State of Mental Health Report in Knox County, along with a partnership with the Mental Health Association of East Tennessee. And it was a way for us to all kind of better understand who we were, what we were talking about, and who were the players. From that, the mayor supported great participation from our health department, who took the lead and then created a sort of more enhanced state of mental health in Knox County. I'll provide you all a copy of that if you don't already have it. It was a great way for us to understand sort of the basics. When we talk about mental health, how many people are we talking about? What does it look like? What are the trends? To better educate and inform us so that we could start managing and tackling, these big, very, very big issues. From that, it still seemed to be a missing piece, which is if somebody has a mental health crisis or a situation, where do they start? Where do they go? Who does what? What does the hospital in Middlebrook do? What do they provide that's different from the BHUC, which is different from the urgent care empath, which is different from Peninsula, which is different from UT Medical Center, which is different from private providers? There's still a lot of sort of a missing map, if you will, a site map of what does mental health look like. This is that piece. It's called an environmental scan, and what they will do, and I'm happy to invite our team up if you want to come fill in the gaps after I try to bust through this. This environmental scan will literally go through a very forensic process with people that are trained kind of in auditing and details to go out and do an environmental scan of all of Knox County to decide to determine what do we have available to us for mental health, what do we not, where are we missing, on a granular level all the way to the big picture, so that then we can come back and put all the parties together again and say, hey, did you realize 6 of you are doing the exact same thing, but nobody's doing something over here? Did we realize that if somebody didn't have insurance, they only have 2 options, but if you have insurance, you have 19 options? Let's start tackling that. If we need mental health in populations that are usually underserved or underrepresented, what do we look like that? How does it fit with the schools? It's like a giant jigsaw puzzle to figure out where are the missing pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, and it will be a great tool for us to then say, okay, how do we start putting the rest of the pieces in? Did I say that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, if you would introduce yourself and tell us who you are and the new commissioners and sort of fill in the gaps that I didn't.
Kevin Parton, Knox County Health Department. So really inside of this, this project, you'll have 3 deliverables. The first is the scan, the environmental scan, and what that was going to look like is it's going to basically attempt to poll all of our providers inside of Knox County, looking at demographics, service type, do they have beds? If so, how many? Do they take insurance? Do they not? What's their wait list time look like? How do you get referred? Area of expertise, and do they serve any special populations? And then there'll be a needs assessment that comes with that. So with our population and its growth, what do we actually need here in Knox County to serve those that are around us? And then finally, their last deliverable, they're going to create an interactive tool that we can post, hopefully, that you can kind of go down the list and check where you fit, and it will show you your options within our area. So it's about a 13-month process is what it's going to look like.
Ultimately, that will be presented back to us. And I will say this, that the other provider, all of the providers that we worked with through the first step and the second step are very on board with this third step. From the private providers to the public providers to the hospitals to the agencies that we work with, I can't tell you how rare it is to get everybody on the same page for anything, but they're all excited about this because they want to know as well, and nobody's ever done this. So I give kudos to the health department for really pulling everybody together on the same page. So with that, I'll happy to answer any questions, but I appreciate everybody's support on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Jay. Thank you, Mr. Parton. Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, Mr. Parton. I do a lot of indigent defense. How will this impact the mental health needs of people before our courts that are indigent and have mental health issues?
I don't necessarily know that it will impact them. More so, it will identify how large it is and then the resources that we have as a county to provide those resources.
So this is just an assessment? It's not
Yes.
really,
It won't necessarily add providers. It will give us access to say, we need more providers in this particular arena, perhaps work with our chamber partners or our hospital partners to try to recruit that into our area.
okay. And do we have a cost with this, or?
It's around $425,000.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a grant to pay for that, though, so.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
Just
Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Barton, could you please provide everybody, send it to the commission office for the mailbox as a copy of that mental health assessment that you all, the state of Knox County's
Yes,
mental health
absolutely.
report? Just give us all, even if we already got it before, give everybody a fresh
Absolutely.
copy.
No
Thank you
problem.
very much.
Great. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. All right, seeing no other questions on that. Number 33 was also added for Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 33, 34, and 35, I wanted to ask if our Director of Parks and Rec, sorry, I can't turn my head all the way over there. Mr. Mack, obviously, it seems like maybe all three of these are, 33 and 34, not 35. I apologize if I,
Okay, so we just want 33 and 34?
33 and 34 seem to be fairly connected, and I wondered if you could just provide some context as to some of the challenges that you've had.
Good afternoon. Joseph Mack, Senior Director of Parks and Recreation for Knox County, 2447 Sutherland Avenue. The context behind these two policy updates and changes, let me start, I guess, with 33, which is us moving away from user agreements to user permits. Permits will be done on an annual basis as opposed to, in the past, we have done user agreements for multiple years. The user permits will allow us to assist with things like ensuring that all of the youth organizations are properly completing their background screenings, that the administrations themselves are receiving National Alliance of Youth Sports training. The coaches are also receiving that training. We have a number of how many players are registered in the county. Basically, this user permit is about reporting and training and making sure that those individuals that do have a valid user permit have met all the requirements. Those requirements also ensure that they all have certificates of insurance with Knox County listed as an additional insurer on it. So there's several things that go into the user permit, and we're just basically trying to keep a better handle on all of the requirements for the people that are utilizing these spaces. For those of you who may or may not know, these 501Cs, with the exception of AYSOs, have been utilizing these spaces for quite a number of years at no cost. We have been doing all of the maintenance, which includes mowing in and outside of the fences, any repairs that need to be done. And again, some of these 501c3 organizations have been utilizing the facilities for years. We just want to make sure that the actual 501c3 is intact. They still have their requirements from a tax-free perspective, and that everyone involved that is in contact with a child is properly screened.
That's great. Yeah, I know that's a big job. Do we have any questions for Director Mack? Seeing none, I'm sure the new commissioners will get
Madam
to
Chair.
know you. Commissioner Fox?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few questions. What, Director Mack, what led to the decision to move away from user agreements to a permit format?
So the user agreements were lengthy, and they were for multiple years. So it kind of, this allows us to track programming, but also track the individual 501c3s on an annual basis. What we were running into is some folks were letting their 501c3 eligibilities lapse, and they were no longer 501c3s. And if we move it to an annual basis, we can keep better control over that. And at the very least, remind them that, hey, you need to make sure that you are still an active 501c3.
With respect to the Bauer Field facility, is there anything different about that particular facility because it's not owned by the county that impacts the user agreement versus county or a permit approach?
It doesn't. We treat the Bauer Field folks the exact same way because we do pay the annual leasing cost to lease the field from the Thunder Mountain LLC folks. So we bring the Bauer Field folks into the same program with the rest of the community parks. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Director Mack.
Thank you.
And that was it for you, right, Commissioner Jay? Okay. We now move on to Section F for honorary resolutions. Let me say we've already talked about Commissioner Hill's 48 and 49 when we were on the wrong numbers, but we've already talked about Low Betty, so I want to make sure. And so this is for Commissioner Durrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to discuss how we want to approach this since they are all our full commission. Typically, when we do bring forward our honorary resolutions, there is a singular sponsor who will then read the resolution. Are we going to read all 5 resolutions? How are we going to approach this?
I had thought about that. Thank you, Commissioner Durrett. Commissioner Jay, would you like to go ahead and then I'll, okay. I had thought about possibly, and this is just thinking about it, so I want everybody's opinion, that you may want to do Commissioner Lundy and Commissioner Jackson do Commissioner Ward. And so each new commissioner out of that district do that resolution. So I'm up for any thoughts on that, though. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I ask, are the resolutions different because they cite different, and this is a question really for, I think, Drusilla in our office, because they cite different accomplishments or different committees, or are they the same?
I can't answer that because Jill has not posted the resolutions. You would have to talk to Jill.
They are not identical. They're not cut and paste. They are somewhat personalized.
Okay.
So I'm open to any suggestion. Or Commissioner Rawls. It should have been you, not Commissioner Durrett.
We realize.
I apologize. Y'all
Well,
are
I
sitting
do
too close
think
to each
too,
other.
though, Madam Chair, that maybe like for instance, I would like to take Commissioner Daley's just because he was the first person I worked with.
Right.
You know, and I have a long relationship with him.
Right.
So I think if
Anybody who wants to,
Yeah.
just let me know and we'll put that down.
if it's okay with the 9th District Commissioner,
Okay.
I'd take that one.
All right, let's do that. So let's put down for number 46, that will be Commissioner Jay that will present. Commissioner Rawls, are you wanting to do for Commissioner Lundy?
I stole it from him.
Okay, we're going to do that for Commissioner Durrett. And I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to steal your thunder on that. We have Kyle Ward. Shane is not here, but I would assume that's probably fine. We will double check with him. Commissioner Schoonmaker, would you like to do Commissioner Schoonmaker? All right, that's going to be Commissioner Frazier. And Commissioner Beeler.
I would like to do Commissioner Beeler.
Commissioner Beeler, okay. Perfect. So let me go back over that. For Commissioner, or for Dacia Lundy will be Commissioner Durrett. For Kyle Ward will be Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Schoonmaker will be Commissioner Frazier. For Richie Beeler will be Rhonda Lee. And for Carson Daly would be Larson J. Is that right? Perfect. All right. Okay. Do we have anything else for discussion? If not, we will adjourn this agenda review meeting. Oh, I'm
sowing in the hope they'll reap. Doesn't worry about the friends it keeps. Money, money, money knocking at the door. A miser spends his life trying to keep his money. A playboy spends all his money to keep him well. Like a marriage, it's give and take, eating out of the bread or cake. Happiness can cost much less, it's free. Money, 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 tempting both the rich and poor. Money, 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 they're all trying to get some more. People sowing in the hope they'll reap. Doesn't worry about the friends it keeps. Money, money, money knocking at the door. An artist struggles hard in the pursuit of freedom. A broker spends his life in the stocks. Each budget will tax their strength. Catastrophes can come in pens. Happiness can cost much less, it's free. Money, 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 tempting both the rich and poor. Money, 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 they're all trying to get some more. Money, 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 money,
Good afternoon. I'll call to order the Knox County Zoning Committee meeting for September 16, 2024. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Rawls.
Here.
Commissioner Durrett. Here. Commissioner Oster.
Here.
Commissioner Jackson.
Here.
Commissioner Russell. Commissioner Hill. Here. Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Fox. Commissioner Jay.
Here.
Commissioner Frazier.
Present.
9 members are present.
Thank you. I'll now turn the floor over to Director Moyers to swear in the individuals.
All right, if you're here to speak to this board in any capacity, if you're here as an applicant or here in opposition and you intend to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. Anybody who plans to speak? All right, you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right.
I do. Sorry? I don't know. Thank you. I'll now turn the floor over to Commissioner Durrett for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you would please rise and face our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Does any of the commissioners, first of all, we need to vote on, Commissioner Fox brought a resolution forward on the forum, and I'm going to let him speak to the resolution, and then we will take a vote as commission to whether this resolution will go on the agenda tonight or not. It is a 2/3 vote, and it will be a roll call vote. So Commissioner Fox, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, colleagues, I apologize that I had to bring this resolution out of the regular order. I didn't want to have to do so, but given the circumstances, I felt like I had no choice. I wanted to get my legs under me as a commissioner before I had to take this particular action. The reason for the last-minute addition, of course, as my other rookie colleagues can attest, particularly those who are carrying a full-time job, is the past few weeks have been a whirlwind, and I simply did not have the time to get this drafted and in place on September 4th, which was the deadline for getting this onto the agenda. As a clarification, what I am proposing be adopted by this body is not a rezoning vote. This is a vote to begin the rezoning process. If this motion is adopted, then what would happen is an application would be completed to send these particular parcels in front of the Planning Commission for a rezoning consideration. And I wanted my colleagues to know that page 72 of Advanced Knox allows this body to initiate rezonings. And it also allows this body to initiate plan amendments outside of the regular quarterly review cycle. Unlike applicants, applicants are, according to Advanced Knox, bound to a quarterly review process. This body and the Planning Commission are not bound to the quarterly review process. And I am going to, Madam Chair, when I get done, I would like to amend, or if you can consider the amendment now, I would like to amend my resolution to state that there would be a separate application filed for each parcel that I mentioned in the resolution.
Thank you.
But this is not, we do not need to consider the merits of this proposal at this time. Given the schedule for the rezoning process, I don't anticipate that the merits of these rezoning parcels would be considered until sometime in November. So I wanted everyone to know there would be adequate time for the law department to consider this proposal. There would be adequate time for this body to educate themselves on this proposal. And even for the Planning Commission, there would be substantial time for the Planning Commission to entertain this proposal. It would be part of the October calendar, I believe. So time is really not a pressing issue when it comes to considering the merits of what I'm proposing. Time, however, is a consideration, and this is one of the main reasons why we need to act now. It may be too late to act in this particular manner if we delay because of vested rights doctrine and other considerations. If we don't act right now, we may in the future decide, oh, we should have acted, but we didn't. Okay, I don't want there to have to be a latent realization that we should have acted back in September 2024, but we didn't, and it's too late now. Because it could be too late if we don't take action to add this to the, or begin this rezoning application process. Of course, I think you all can recognize that there is widespread support for this particular action that I'm proposing. You've probably gotten a number of emails in support of this from residents of District 9. And I'll tell you that when I ran for office during my campaign, the issue of overdevelopment was something mentioned by three out of 4 quarters of my district. The only reason it wasn't mentioned out of the northeastern part of District 9 is that that is in the city, and the city has its own zoning process. But from Dry Hollow, which is in the southeast, to McCammon Road in the southwest, to Tipton Station in the northwest, everyone said this was a problem. And when I first started running, this wasn't even on my radar. I didn't realize the extent to which the residents of South Knox County were so concerned about this. I have concerns about South Knox County utility capacity. Now, those concerns may prove to be unwarranted, but unlike every other district in the county, South Knox County does not have its own wastewater treatment capacity. Knox Chapman relies upon Alcoa Utility to provide wastewater treatment capacity, and this wastewater treatment capacity is based upon making reservations with between Knox Chapman and Alcoa. I wanted to have a meeting with Director Snowden and leaders of the Knox Chapman Utility, but it was also rushed that we couldn't have a meeting before then. I do anticipate having a meeting later this week to discuss this issue, but by my understanding, there may be as many as 1,800 dwelling units that would that are slated to come online, save this this proposal, and I don't know how that's going to impact wastewater treatment for the rest of South Knox County for people who are already living there. That's not a consideration, I think, that any other district has. They don't have to contract. Their local utility does not have to contract in order to get wastewater treatment serviced or wastewater serviced. And I would like to hear from Director Brooks on this issue, because I tried to see if staff had addressed that particular concern during the planning process, and I couldn't tell, honestly, and I may be, as I continue to grow in this role, I may be able to understand it better, but from what I saw, I couldn't tell if staff had really taken that into consideration.
Madam Chair, my apologies to Bishop. Is there a motion on the floor at this point?
There's not.
Oh, okay. To follow procedure, we need a motion on the floor to add it to the agenda. Then the debate is to whether or not to add it to the agenda. I understand you're sort of diving into the merits of the resolution, but we're not there yet. So,
Commissioner Jay, thank you very much for correcting me on that. I move that the resolution that I proposed via the forum, and which I've just handed out, be added to the agenda with the amendment that I mentioned earlier, to add an application for each individual parcel.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox and a second by Commissioner Lee, and we will go back into discussion.
I won't repeat myself.
Oh, we have to vote, I'm sorry. I apologize. This is a roll call vote, so we will start in District 1.
Madam Chair, this is a point of procedure. Am I not given the opportunity to argue the merits of my motion before a roll call vote is taken?
If I'm not mistaken, and Director Moyers, I want to make sure that I'm doing this right, but I think that tonight is just the vote to put it on the agenda. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I think Commissioner Fox is within his rights to argue
Okay.
as to why he
Okay.
believes it needs to go on the agenda.
And the
tonight.
floor can stay, Commissioner Jay? Did you?
No, I
Okay.
think Mr. Moyer said it right. I think the debate right now is a debate on why it should be added to the agenda today, or that argument and that vote, not the actual resolution. If that's, I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's germane, but Commissioner Fox has stated, and I think correctly, that at a certain point, when plans are submitted and approved, then the state has a vested rights doctrine that's implanted in state statute, and then it becomes much more difficult to take any action. So I think that's germane to the question of whether or not we should add it tonight or wait. So I think that discussion is within the bounds of proper discourse.
Okay. So I'm going to turn the floor back over to you, Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I mean, frankly, another reason that I think it is proper to add this to the agenda is, this is my understanding again, but my understanding is at the previous commission meeting, which I would call the lame duck session, some of these items did not fall within regular procedure. And the applicant had made an amendment or requested a plan amendment outside of the regular quarterly review cycle. So, Madam Chair, I could be wrong about that. Again, I'm just stepping into this role, but that's my understanding. And so some of this is necessitated by the fact that I believe irregular procedure was followed at the last commission meeting. That's enough of my argument. I turn the floor back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Jackson.
A question for Law Director Moyers.
Yes, sir.
Have you had enough time to review this ordinance to provide expertise to the commission?
Well, I've had some time to look at it. I have not had the opportunity to review it as thoroughly as I'd like to. I will by the time it comes up for a vote. There are possible negative implications of this. When you downzone property, which I believe this does, at least in some respects, it can be, under certain circumstances, considered to be an inverse condemnation. Inverse condemnation is just basically, we're not taking it, but we're making it effectively useless. That can render the county liable under certain circumstances. Now, how far does that go? That's what I haven't had an opportunity. Unfortunately, when all this happened, I was a few hundred miles away from here. So I'm going to be working on that question. There's also questions that can come up of equal protection. I sent Commissioner Fox a sort of a representative case. There's arguments and defenses to those kinds of things. But this is fairly unprecedented. This is not something that I can remember the county commission doing. But Commissioner Fox is correct that not only does Advanced Knox allow this, but our zoning ordinance makes clear under section 6.30 that rezonings of property can be instituted by the county commission. So where we're talking about going up and then going back down, there could be some implications, but I need more time to study that. Fortunately, that's not really the issue tonight. The only issue tonight is whether or not we're going to add this to the agenda. If it doesn't get added to the agenda, I suspect Commissioner Fox will then have it placed properly on next month's agenda, and we'll consider it then.
But to clarify,
Yeah.
you know, you said that we're voting in order to put it on the agenda
Right.
tonight, and you do not have enough information or enough time. You haven't had enough time to review.
Well, that's true, but here's the process. If this goes on the agenda, number one, that's 2/3 vote. If it then is approved by the county commission, then an application will go to the planning commission. They'll consider it, they'll make their recommendations, and it'll come back here. And I promise you by then, I'll have better answers for you. I just have not had, I didn't get back into town until yesterday, and I just haven't had the opportunity to really go through this in the detail that I would like.
Thank you, Mr. Moyers.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to preemptively just say that I'm going to vote no to add it to the agenda, and here's why. I'm not going to talk to the merit of the resolution, but purely for the reasons of exactly why we have a schedule and enough lead time to digest this. This was added just days ago, and what is being asked in this resolution is unprecedented amongst this commission for as many years as I've been here. It's a much bigger discussion about the precedents that we set. I don't think the law department has had proper amount of time to kind of think about the pluses and minuses, and we lean on the law department to vet through a lot of those questions. And I just don't think we've had enough time. This is a really big thing that's being asked, and I want more time before I consider it. It's too late and it's too rushed to do something that, you know, we hope for the best. It takes time and research, and I would recommend it being on the October agenda. That gives us plenty of time to really come through and understand, do we want to start heading in this direction when it comes to property uses and property rights?
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you. So, first off, the communities that you represent have obviously stuck with this issue for a long time. And yes, we have seen the emails. So, as a representative of the 9th District, I applaud you guys. That's what we were sent here for. Our constituents have an issue, and you bring it up. That's what we're supposed to do. And so, as far as bringing it up, as you mentioned, the day we were sworn in was the deadline for adding items to this agenda. So I could see where it would be a little rushed. I do agree with Director Moyers that if we don't do it this month, we're going to see it in October. And so just the merit of it, I think this is the beginning of a process. It's the beginning of looking at something, so whether we start it now or in October. I think we'll have time to dive in a little deeper. My thoughts on this were, for the new commissioners, when we were asked, is there anything you want to put on the new agenda? Oh, the deadline was today. Do you have anything? So it did seem a little rushed. I don't know that Commissioner Fox, the merit of requesting that it be put on the agenda necessarily being negated just because it wasn't done quite so timely. If we'd been sworn in a week earlier, I'm almost fairly certain that it still would have been brought up today. But anyway, that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more discussion, just want to remind everybody what we've got on the motion. Motion from Commissioner Fox to add this resolution to the agenda with a second by Commissioner Lee. Clerk, if you'll please call the roll, starting in District 1.
Commissioner Rawls,
No.
Commissioner Darrett,
No.
Commissioner Oster,
No.
Commissioner Jackson,
No.
Commissioner Russell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fox, Commissioner Jay,
No.
Commissioner Frazier.
No.
We have 7 noes and 4 yeses, so the motion does fail. Again, Mr. Fox, this can be put on the agenda in October.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to our, the rest of our amendments on the agenda. I want to move up number 11 and number 22. Reason being, these have been deferred a few times, and I would kind of like to get the deferrals out of the way. We also have items 9 and 10 have been deferred, and number 12 to be added. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Durrett, second by Commissioner Lee. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item. Public forum. This is for items, agendas only, and this is, we will hear the applicants or any opposition when the items are heard.
Need to approve the minutes, Madam Chair?
Oh, yeah, that would be good. I'm
Motion to
sorry.
approve the minutes?
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Durrett. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. I shouldn't take my glasses off. Clerk, if you'll read the first item is number 11. No, we don't have any. 11. We'll be on item 11.
Item 11 is listed on page 3. It's 7A-24-RZ, is a request of Magnolia Capital Group LLC for rezoning from PR Plan Residential up to 3 dwelling units per acre to PR Plan Residential up to 7 dwelling units per acre, located at 0 East Governor John Sevier Highway, parcel ID 125-00508, in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Okay. Yes, we will move this to the end of the agenda. 22, please.
Item number 22 is listed on page 6. It's 4-0, that's an O, 4-0-24-RZ, request of William Dale Roten for rezoning from A agricultural to RB general residential at 611 West Governor John Sevier Highway, parcel ID 137-14401, in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? That would be Mr. Roten. If you'll come down to the podium, please. If you will push that button on the black box.
Okay.
Perfect. And if you'll state your name and address for the record.
It's William Dale Roten at 4315 French Road, Knoxville, 37920.
Thank you. And do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks?
Madam Chair, I spoke with Mr. Roten about this project, and Mr. Roten is amenable to.
We still have to go through Director Brooks and all of that. But
Okay.
we'll get to
Okay,
it. We'll
all
get to it. Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RB General Residential Zone because it is consistent with the sector plan and a minor extension of the zone with revision of condition number 1 to extend the Type B landscape screen from the existing vegetation on the eastern boundary to the northern boundary of the parcel.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project, sir? Would you like to say anything about your project?
I'm going to wait for
You'll give it to Commissioner Fox?
Yes,
Okay, we'll give it to Mr. Fox
All right.
then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this agenda item be deferred to the October zoning agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to defer by Commissioner Fox, second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor, aye?
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm just asking on behalf of, the commission, it was deferred from May to August, August to now. Now, is there a reason it is continuing to, do we need to take it off and have you start all over?
No, there was some reason why. I think he had someone say something about this zoning that I would like to get clarified. And I've joined on the committee to meet this group to make sure they're okay with everything, just to satisfy the neighborhood some.
Okay, okay.
And that's why.
Okay, good. So that's good for you to say, Mr. Fox, of just explaining why you want to go ahead and defer it, so we all kind of know.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Perfect.
That's, members of the community expressed reservations about this, and I spoke with Mr. Roten, and he would be happy to meet with members of the community to discuss it. And so for that reason, I'm asking that the commission defer it to next month so he has an opportunity to do so.
Perfect. That is perfect.
This meeting is the 1st of October I'm supposed to meet. I have knee surgery the 16th and this meeting the 17th, so I may hobble in here next time.
Well, bless your heart. We appreciate that. All right, so that explains the deferral. Thank you
Yes.
very much. Do we have a motion and a second? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your surgery, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next item. We'll go back to one. Mhm.
Item number 1 is 6-B-24-RZ, a request of Sarah Peacock for rezoning from I Industrial to CB Business and Manufacturing. Properties located at 5700 Old Rutledge Pike, parcel ID 060140, part of, in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present, Ms. Peacock?
Yes, ma'am, via Zoom here.
Oh, you were on Zoom, that's right.
Yep.
You shocked us. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, I'm Sarah Peacock. I'm representing Barbara McMurray Architects. Their address is 505 Market Street, Suite 300.
Okay, and do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the OC Civic and Institutional Zone because it is compatible with the surrounding development and consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
I mean, if there's no opposition, I don't think I need to.
Okay. I will turn this over to Commissioner Thompson.
I had one important question, because I know where this property is. Are you keeping the tank, or are you getting rid of it?
This the old,
Yeah, it's the old tank. I was just curious. It's a little bit of humor too, but just because it's been there as long as I can remember. But no, I've not heard any opposition to this. So
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
sure, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this as recommended by staff.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson, a second by Commissioner Jay. All in favor, aye? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project.
thank you so much.
Next item, please.
Item number 2, 7-Q-24-RZ, is a request of Peter Fezyuk for rezoning from A Agricultural to PR Plan Residential up to 6 dwelling units per acre located at 7404 Willow Fork Lane, parcel ID 038122, part of, in the 7th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Come down to the podium, please. You will press the button on that black box and give me your name and address for the record. Nope, push the button. There you go, the light should come on. Perfect.
My name is, good evening, everyone. My name is Peter Fisuk, 7404 Willow Fork Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37938.
Thank you. Do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan Residential Zone up to 6 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project, sir?
No, not really.
No? Okay. We will turn this over to Commissioner Lee. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, what are your plans to put on this?
Yeah, so our plans is to build a few houses in the front of the property because we own the whole property, and then build another house for ourselves in the back.
So a total of 4 houses?
I'm sorry?
Are you talking about 4 houses?
No, we're not exactly sure how many houses. We'll work with the engineers and everyone to determine the best layout for how many houses will be built we call it our front yard, because we plan to live there, continue living there since we love the property and the location. Yeah.
I would make a motion to approve the planned residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and the surrounding development.
Second.
Perfect. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Lee, second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Any other questions? Seeing none, best of luck with your project, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 3, 8-A-24-PA, request of Maddox Construction Company Incorporated for a comprehensive plan amendment from SR Suburban Residential to BP Business Park, located at 111 Cogdell Road, parcel ID 131FB021 in the 5th Commission District.
Thank you. Hello. If you will give your name and address, please.
Steve Maddox, 100 Dalton Place Way, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Thank you. And do we have any opposition to this project? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the plan amendment to BP Business Park land use classification because it is consistent with the development and the change of conditions in the area.
Thank you. Mr. Maddox, would you like to speak to your project?
This is a very simple thing. The medical office there in front, it's Doctors Overholt and Grande. The parking is very tight on their building, and the patients have a hard time getting in. So what they would like to do with this lot is make it into their employee parking to open up the parking at the main building for their patients. And then there's a little small house on it that they're going to use for a billing office, which would work out really well.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. I will turn this over to District Commissioner Russell.
Thank you very much. I have actually done quite a bit of research on this, and I do feel like that his plans fit well in the area. With this being a plan amendment, I do take that very seriously. I think that's much more serious than just a typical zoning. So I put a great deal of research in this. I don't necessarily feel like there has been enough time for there to have been changes that would warrant a change in the plan amendment, but I do feel like that it probably should have been classified this way originally. So I'm actually consider it more of an adjustment to a faulty original plan amendment than changes in the that have occurred in the recent 3 months.
Okay. So do you have a motion?
I do have a motion. I make the motion that we approve.
Okay.
Second.
Perfect. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Russell, second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor, aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project, Mr. Maddox.
Thank you.
Oh, don't go anywhere.
Those-
I got to
yeah.
put my glasses on. Go- Next item,
The
please.
next item is 8-A-24-RZ. It's also a request of Maddox Construction Company Incorporated. It's for rezoning from A agricultural to OB office, medical, and related services. And the property description is the same as the previous item.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
I think it's pretty much the same.
Commissioner Russell.
I make the motion that we approve as presented.
Okay. We've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Russell, second by Commissioner Lee. All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project.
Thank
Thank you. Next item, please.
The next item is number 5, 8-E-24-PA. It's a request of Masana Investments LLC for a comprehensive plan amendment from CI Civic Institutional and HP Hillside Protection to SR Suburban Residential and HP Hillside Protection, located at 0 Maryville Pike, parcel ID 135022 in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Applicant present, hi. If you'll give your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Trey Ridenauer, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville, Tennessee 37939.
Thank you. And do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the plan amendment to SR Suburban Residential Place Type because it's consistent with the development and change of conditions in the area. The HP Hillside Protection Area will be retained.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
Seeing no opposition, respectfully request you all recommend approval based off staff's recommendation. Thanks.
Okay. I will turn it over to Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, based upon the recommendations of the Planning Commission, I move that this project be approved, this plan amendment be approved as recommended.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox, second by Commissioner Jay. All in favor,
Please
aye.
ask if there's any further discussion.
I'm sorry.
Ask
Oh,
if there's
yes,
any
there is
further
further
discussion
discussion.
from
I
other
apologize.
commissioners. That's okay.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox, second by Commissioner Commissioner Thompson. Nope, okay. They're new, so we're learning our buttons, and that's okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project. Don't go anywhere. We'll read the next one.
Number 6 is 8-C-24-RZ, which is also a request of Masana Investments, LLC. It's for rezoning from RB General Residential and Agricultural to PR Plan Residential up to 2 dwelling units per acre, located at the same property description as the previous item.
Again, would you like to speak to your project?
No, thanks.
Okay, seeing none, turn it over to Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this item be approved based upon the recommendations of staff.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 7, 8-G-24-RZ is a request of Georges H. Brendan for rezoning from PR Plan Residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre to PR Plan Residential up to 10 dwelling units per acre at 801 Bob Kirby Road, parcel ID 118150 in the 3rd Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
My husband's traveling, so I'm here for him.
Okay, if you'll give your name and address for the record.
Yes, Cynthia Brandon, 1615 Rising View Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37922.
Thank you. And do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan Residential Zone up to 10 dwelling units per acre because of the change of conditions in the area, the proximity of a major employment area, and because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan.
Okay. This one is in my district, so I do have a few questions. On that property, are you planning on, what are your thoughts that you're planning on doing at that location?
Pardon me?
The plan that you're planning on using, is that going to be single-family homes? Is it going to be attached?
They're going to be attached, single-family homes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, the speaker needs to identify himself.
Yes, can you identify yourself, please? Your name and address.
Identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mark Graham, 1410 North Broadway, 37917.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so you're planning on doing attached. Is it going to be townhomes?
Townhomes,
Is that what
yes,
you're
ma'am.
looking at? Okay. I'm sorry? How many total dwellings are you looking at?
I think we got, how many acres were there? 2?
A little over, yeah, a little over 2.
So 15, so between 15.
I thought it was about 20 where we go.
20.
20, sorry. So it's going to be 5 buildings, 20 possible units.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's not something I think I'm comfortable with at all.
It's a large piece of property, and there's actually land left over that we can do some other things. You know, we're looking at possible playground for the area or.
I think you may be looking at, Director Snowden, as we discussed, and I discussed this with engineering, Can you kind of explain the water and the situation over at Dutchtown?
We've looked at that some because this is the second or third iteration we've done with this. And it does drain to sinkholes on the other side of Dutch Valley. And we understand that we need to retain 100%, the 100-year storm before and let it, we understand that part. And that was what Cindy was saying earlier, that originally we had the units down closer to Dutchtown, but with rezoning and be able to attach it, and we were able to move them up further away. And we'll probably do a mixture of, with some underground detention to be able to get in and out and whatnot. But we understand, unless you have something more to add besides drainage of sinkholes.
No, sir. What this gentleman's saying is right. We, in this particular area, as Madam Chair Oster said, we have special flood hazard area due to the sinkholes and the flooding. We do require an additional protection, so essentially you're retaining the pre and post. We calculate the pre-flow and the post-flow, and everything above what you would have, the site's currently generating now has to be kept on site and can't be released so that you can't have a rise in water surface elevation in that sinkhole that's on the south side of Dutchtown. So yes, if you've explored that opportunity, it sounds like you've done what we would be asking you to, sir.
Okay, we have, and there's a 16-inch water line along Dutchtown with the drainage on the opposite side that we've managed to get around that obstacle as well. So
I'm going to open the floor up for other questions, and then I'll come back to me. Commissioner Thompson?
Yeah, my question is, as far as 20 units in townhomes and with only a little over 2 acres, how much, maybe this is a question for Director Stone, but how much land area would it take to retain that amount of water?
That's kind of a tricky question, but I think what this gentleman's saying, they may use some underground storage, some pavers, and some different things. I think the site would be pretty tough to build a traditional, detention pond, retention pond. But if they're doing some pervious pavers and some underground detention, then they probably could get there. I think it's possible they can get there, but they're going to have to be a little more creative than normal.
Thank you. Commissioner Russell?
What are the types of zoning that are around it currently?
So right here over on the other side, it is all townhouses there that you see on the other side of Bob Kirby. And from my understanding, the people to the left of us and even behind us are also putting in townhomes, multi-unit townhomes also. So it's fitting in with everything else that's surrounding the community. And we've had engineers and everybody out there who we understand that we're going to have to create a way to retain water that it can make it fit, jump through every hoop required. That's why we have the engineers and everybody that's already looked at that and drawn it all out to make sure it would fit. So right now, what we're thinking of is quadplexes, 4 different quadplexes. They're all townhomes. Right now, we're still going back and forth whether or not they're going to have a garage or not. But we're trying to fit that area for the people who can't afford, to move into a house right now, but don't want to go into the place where everybody's stacked right on top of them. So they have their own, they have a little bit of a backyard behind them. They have more of a community around them, a place where kids can still ride their bike. And you're just not in one of those multi-apartment places that, it seems to be going everywhere else in Knoxville.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say that anything that has to do with water retention during the design standards, use on review, and the next step, the engineering department, I promise you, will hold them accountable to not only following every law that we have, but to making sure that it's safe and it's not going to fail, and that's part of the design process and the next step. And Madam Chair, with all due respect, I know the density and it may seem a little bit much compared to where we've been, But Advance Knox and all of us sat here for years saying we want more density on the corridor so we can keep more rural areas rural. This is a massive corridor right across from several schools, right down the street from an interstate, and we have to have different types of housing stock and housing inventory to have more of affordable housing for every type of person. This is exactly what we've asked for, is different types of housing on a major corridor. And I would, respectfully request that we stick behind the thing we worked so hard for, which is exactly this type of development. It may not seem exactly like everything else, but that's part of why we designed this process and designed our intentions to be focused on corridor development and corridor density so that we don't have the alternative.
Commissioner Thompson?
I'll wait.
Commissioner Hill?
I believe I heard, did you say that the parcels surrounding it are zoned for townhouses?
I know that over here on what I'm looking at right side of Bob Kirby already has multiple townhouses. Those 3 units are all townhouses with probably 2 or 3 units per townhouse.
Where is this again?
Do you see Bob Kirby up there?
I do.
And to those buildings to the right?
I see.
Those are townhomes.
Gotcha.
So there used to be a house behind our land, and they have moved it.
Right.
And word of mouth has it that the guy's planning on putting in, I think maybe even the same guy who owns across the street is going to be putting in townhouses there. And to the right on Dutchtown, not to the right, to the left on Dutchtown, the elderly person has passed away, and my husband talked to the people who own that land, and they've already said that they plan on putting in townhouses also. Because he asked if he could buy the land. They said no. They said, no, we're going to put townhouses. I do know that there is a sinkhole behind our property in that other square lot, so that back top left, but it's not on our lot. It is behind ours on that other person's lot with all those trees. So.
Thank you. I do see that even in the future land use map that it's corridor mixed use. Thank you.
So we're just trying to, go with the flow with everybody else, but make it something that will benefit a growing Knox County.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, so this is mine. I did have heartburn about the number earlier until I spoke with Mr.
Let me
Snowden.
speak to that. If you noticed when I first stepped up, I said 15, and everybody else, because I'm the engineer and I'm knowing practically what's going to happen.
Right.
The owners punch me in the back, say, no, 20, 20, 20. Our goal is to shoot for 20.
Right.
That's our goal. So that's what we'd like to have
Yeah,
approved.
and Mr. Snowden knows that I never really argue with him too much. I trust our engineering department. And Commissioner Jay is completely right. This is exactly what we need in this area. I mean, I'm right down the street from you guys. So there is townhomes and there are single-family homes, and across the street there's businesses. So, it is what it is. So I make a motion to approve per Planning Commission. I have a second by
Second.
Commissioner Jackson. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project, and if you'll stay in touch with me, I'd appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 8, 8-N-24-RZ is a request of Oleg Shiban for rezoning from A agricultural to PR Plan residential up to 8 dwelling units per acre located at 0 Ball Camp Pike, parcel IF 091201 in the 6th Commission District.
Hi. Can you give your name and address, please?
Sure. David Harbin, 4334 Paper Mill Drive here in Knoxville.
Thank you. And do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan Residential Zone up to 8 dwelling units per acre because it would be consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and the growing pattern of this area, subject to 2 conditions.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project, Mr. Harbin?
I would just urge that commission approve per staff's recommendation.
Thank you. I will turn it over to Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. I've got some concerns. Director Snowden, I can't drive that part of Shaw Road because it isn't open yet, and so I have no idea how it lays, but I had read where I'm not sure access would be allowed anyway. And you have a little sliver that gets you access on Ball Road, is that right?
We're not going to be accessing the Ball Road.
Okay.
We'll be accessing to the new road once it gets completed.
All right, then, Commissioner, Director Snowden, could you address that?
Yeah, I'll be glad to. I think, I was looking at the planning case, I think they even conditioned it that no access to Ball Road would be granted. If so, they would need to do improvements at our discretion, and no grading permit issued until Shaw Road's complete, which we hope is going to be complete late this fall. Don't hold me to that, though. But yes, I think Mr. Harbin mentioned, and he is correct, this gentleman's property doesn't adjoin, his frontage doesn't adjoin a median opening. So he will have to have, just by nature, a right in, right out. And obviously, we can't change our medians because they're already constructed. So those folks will have to make a right in, right out, and then go to the next median and make a U-turn, which those medians are wide enough to accommodate that. So we certainly would encourage access to Shawd Road, and as long as the applicant's aware of that, then we don't have any issue.
Okay, that's the part of Shawd, that you do know, that isn't open yet. How does that lie through there? Is that relatively flat?
It is. We're in a downgrade right there. We're approaching there's a large culvert at the bottom there that the creek runs through. But I don't remember the specific grade, Commissioner Hill, but it's probably 5 to 6%. I mean, it's a gentle downgrade, so I don't believe that grade, from my perspective, would not be problematic for access at this point.
Okay. And Mr. Harbin, you are aware then that it'll just be a right turn only?
Yes, we anticipated that, so we're good with that.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a motion?
If there are no other questions, yes, I'll be happy to make a motion that we approve as recommended by Planning Commission.
Second. I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Durrett. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next item, please.
Let's see, 9 and 10 have been deferred. Item 11 is heard at the end. We are on page 4, item number 12, 6-Q-24-RZ, request of Benjamin C. Mullins for rezoning from PC Plan Commercial to OB Office Medical and Related Services at 300 Ebenezer Road, parcel ID 132-03601 in the 3rd Commission District.
Thank you. The applicant give his name and address, please.
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
Thank you. Any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the OB Office Medical and Related Services Zone because it's compatible with the surrounding development consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Mr. Mullins, would you like to speak to this project?
Yeah, briefly, this is a part of another zoning that's coming up, next agenda item 13. It's family property, the DeBoard Farm. I've got a couple of the family members here behind me. They don't usually like when I point out they're behind me, but they're here. Miss Brown is the owner of the property, had home there. Last year, a good portion of their property was rezoned, part of it to planned residential at 4 units an acre and part of it to OB. They did not ask that this piece of the property be redeveloped or rezoned at that time. Miss Brown's still living there. And there's some other property that we'll talk about in a second that was also not rezoned because it wasn't under contract and they plan to stay there until, in their words, their feet up. But seeing that, the property around it was rezoned, they thought it would be a good opportunity to go ahead and have this property changed. So it'll be there in the future when they're ready to move on to somewhere else. They would already have the zoning in place, and it would be easier then for them to recoup their lifetime investment in the property and sell it. And this is just a small portion of that. It's about 2.71 acres. It's still zone PC. But it's really kind of filling in the blanks to that OB zoning that was previously approved last year. We had neighborhood meetings and there was some concern. We were able to address those concerns primarily with access issues, and we'll talk about more of that in the next agenda item as well. But we would ask that you approve this per Planning Commission's recommendation.
Thank you. This is in my district, and so I'm going to make a motion to approve Planning Commission's recommendation. I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Oster, second by Commissioner Jay. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Hill.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Number 13 is 6-0-24-RZ. It's also a request of Benjamin C. Mullins for rezoning from RAE exclusive residential to PR Plan residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre at 0 and 8757 Grosse Point Drive, parcel ID 132-03603-03605 in the 3rd Commission District.
Thank you. Do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan residential zone up to 4 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the surrounding development and changing conditions in the area.
Thank you. Mr. Mullins.
Thank you. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. This is the other portion of the property that we're talking about that the family owns. That was not part of the previous rezoning. It is not under contract. We don't have anybody that has an option on it or looking to develop it anytime soon. But the property to the south that was rezoned to 4 units an acre, their development plan has already been approved by the Planning Commission, and there are stub outs through that subdivision, through Ebenezer to this property. The biggest concern that the neighborhood had was that we would access the neighborhood to the east and at Grosse Point. Right now, they have an easement. Their property is accessed through Grosse Point. That easement would need to be terminated at the time of a development plan, which would not come into play until those roads connecting Ebenezer and the subdivision to the south would be part of that. And so we wouldn't be worried about routing traffic inappropriately through that existing neighborhood. This is, again, consistent, the 4 units an acre is what was approved to the south. We also agreed, once there's more traffic through there likely will be another traffic impact analysis that the county will require, which may lead to additional improvements along Ebenezer Road, but that's something that will need to be addressed at the time of the development plan. Again, this is more of a long-term strategic planning for the family and wanting to go ahead and get their property rezoned consistent with what was already approved to the south. This property does have some hillside protection. It's about 10 acres in total. About 6.7 acres are in the hillside. 3.2 of it is outside of the hillside. If you were to apply the disturbance budget that the hillside protection plan, which hasn't been adopted by the county yet, but if you were to apply that, then you could disturb 4.98 acres that are within the hillside, or that would be a total of about 8.2 acres total could be disturbed on the property if you were to apply it as it's codified by the city. But we are asking that, we don't apply the hillside protection on this at this time. If you look at our Advanced Knox, our Comprehensive Land Use Transportation Plan, Development Policy 7.2 said that we should consider what we want to do with the hillside protection as part of the Uniform Development Ordinance process. And, that we think that is a conversation we should have to see exactly do we want to do with the hillside protection as part of that process right now. The sisters are adamant they don't want to impose something on it now that could be more restrictive than we adopt in the future. And that's what their concern is that we at least take the time to discuss this. It very well will be subject to some type of hillside protection in the future once we've gone through the process of having that conversation and figure out exactly what is the policy of the county and what they want to adopt, if anything. So that was the reason there was a recommendation from planning staff applying some hillside protection, and then over top of that, applying additional non-disturbance. And that was not approved or recommended by Planning Commission. But I did want to address that because I read Commissioner Frazier's comments on it, and she had some questions about that. We are fine with not reducing the 35-foot peripheral boundary in the adjacent to the residential neighborhoods. I think that would be appropriate here, as well as, a similar landscape buffer to what was approved to the property on the south. But we would ask that, all that considered, that we would approve per Planning Commission's recommendation. I'd be happy to answer any questions about this.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins. I think that I'm going to wait. I will let Commissioner Frazier speak because when I make this motion, it's got a number of conditions. So I think I'd rather go in that route.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Brooks or Mr. Mullins, I did read where the property to the south was approved with 4 conditions. Can you tell me what those 4 conditions
Actually, I
were?
think there were 6 conditions on it.
Yes, could you tell me what those were?
Yeah, I've got that right here, the case summary. I'll make sure we get that correct. I think I mentioned them already. Will not reduce the 35-foot peripheral setback adjacent to Briar Glen or Suburban Hills. No stub out into Briar Glen or Suburban Hills, which that wouldn't apply to this property. There was a landscaping screen, and we negotiated with the neighborhood for Briar Glen in particular. They were concerned about the screen, and we put 6-foot green giants to be as close as 3 foot off the property line as allowed by site conditions. Neighbors could pay for additional landscaping if they wanted to. That was something we worked out specifically with Briar Glen's concerns that don't necessarily apply to this property. There was a traffic study at the expense of the developer, and that the entrance be off of Ebenezer Road, and that there will be a landscaping plan. So those were the conditions. And so what we've talked about here are very similar to the conditions that were approved to the south, just more unique to the circumstances of this property, which doesn't abut either Suburban Hills or Briar Glen.
And you did somewhat address that the staff recommended approval with conditions, and then Planning Commission recommended approval without conditions, and that just kind of threw me off a little bit. But you are agreeable to conditions that the district commissioner has discussed with you?
Yes, similar to the conditions that were on the property to the south.
Okay.
That would apply specifically to these parcels, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Because like I said, this one's going to have some conditions to it, so. All right, seeing none. So for new commissioners, it's been here. This was a couple of month process, right, Ben, of community meetings and really working with the homeowners and neighborhoods that all surround it, working with the developer and working with Ben. And so it was painstaking, but I think that we got it done and we were able to make everybody as happy as you can with 56 acres on the table. Then I had the opportunity to go meet the 2 sweet sisters and set up at their beautiful property. And one day, sitting out on the front porch was a pleasure. And they don't plan on going anywhere. I think both of them told me that they're going to be toes up before they head out. But family members, grandkids, they don't want the property, and they wanted to go ahead and go through with the process so they could go ahead and kind of have that peace of mind, and I respect that. So I'm going to make a motion, just kind of stick with me. And we talked about this at the mock zoning, so how you can have conditions on your zoning, and sometimes they're many, but just hold on for a second. So my motion is to approve PR zone with up to 4 dwelling units an acre with the following conditions. A, no access to Grosse Point once the property is redeveloped. B, no reduction of the 35-foot peripheral boundary adjacent to adjoining residential properties. C, keeping as much of the existing landscape as possible adjacent to adjoining residential properties to the extent it must be removed. It can be replaced with type C landscape buffer. And I think, did we do C, Ben, on the other one?
Well, what we did, it was C along Suburban Hills, I believe, and it was kind of a hybrid with Briarglen because they wanted some additional
Yeah, they wanted
landscaping
different.
concerns.
Okay. Where are we? A, B, C. D is traffic study, and E is landscape plan. So that's my motion with all the conditions.
Second.
Perfect. So I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Oster, a second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and I look forward to coming back out and sitting on your pretty front porch. Y'all have a good night. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 14, 6-I-24-RZ is a request of Julie Cloninger for rezoning from A agricultural to CN neighborhood commercial at 5917 Thorn Grove Pike, parcel ID 097-100 in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Can you give your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Julie Cloninger, address 7235 Nichols Road, Knoxville 37920.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CN neighborhood commercial zone because it is adjacent to the CA general business zone and located on a collector road.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
I'm just going to move my small business from 5909 over to 5917.
Okay. I will now turn it over to Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is your small business?
It's Auto Service Center.
And you said it's currently at 5917?
5917 is the one I requested to be changed. It's 5909. It adjoins the property.
Okay. Okay, I have a question for Director Brooks, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Director Brooks, what is the staff's position on this application?
Staff did not recommend approval of the request.
And what was the basis for denying approval?
When we looked at the criteria for the change, we did not find that there had been any substantial changes in the area. And that, on the south side, there's a series of CA general commercial zone properties. Those are probably have been there for a long time. That was the primary one. And there was some concern over additional commercially zoned properties encroaching into the area when there was already a substantial amount of them already in this predominantly rural area.
Director Brooks, there's already this same business just basically next door? Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Did the staff have a position on just simply moving next door?
I'm sorry. This is currently zoned agricultural.
Oh, it's agricultural?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's
But the 5909 tract is zoned commercial?
5903.
5909 is commercial.
5909 is zoned CA, general commercial.
Question for the applicant. What would happen to 5909 if you simply moved this business next door?
It will be sold. The building at 5917 is better. It's a better location.
Madam Chair, do my questions lead to questions from other commissioners?
Sure. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm confused. You don't own 5911 in between, correct?
No, that's a small
Can
parcel.
you come up to the mic or pull the
Oh,
mic
I'm
towards you?
sorry. I'm sorry. No, I do not own the small house at 5911. It's between, you can see it doesn't come all the way back. It's just a small partial in between. I do not own that house.
Okay, so it adjoins, essentially 5917 adjoins in the back of 5909.
Yes, correct.
But it surrounds this one property in the front.
Yes, I'm just asking for two acres for the NC.
Okay, and I've looked all over. I'm not seeing any, I see two structures on the map. But I don't see, I guess I'll need to look at the aerial. They're kind of buried back in the woods, it looks like. 5917, yeah. From the street view, you can't see it, but
It
it's back
used to be
there.
an upholstery shop.
Yeah, it's, okay. So it doesn't include that house in between. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson?
Now, do you own the 5909, or are you leasing that property, or is that?
Leasing.
Leasing it, okay. Okay, so you purchased the 5917,
Yes,
and then, but you've been operating your business at the 5909?
yes.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay.
I have one more question, Andy.
Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there, in 5917, is there a current car repair shop being operated out of that?
No, some of the cars have moved over there, but it's not being operated yet.
Okay, because I mean, the KGIS aerial view looks like a pretty substantial
Yes.
operation of some sort. That may not be you, it may have been the previous
Right.
owners.
They've moved some of the cars over.
Okay, but it looks like a pretty large commercial structure in that property, right?
5917?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a house, it's not a pole barn, it looks like a pretty,
Right, that's what I was saying before. It's been an upholstery shop in the past and some cookie distributor.
so it has been a business before.
Yes.
Was it just not so, they were operating without being zoned that way, Ms. Brooks?
I think that was like in the 90s and 2000s.
Is that the case?
I would make that assumption, yes.
Okay, all right. So there's been there, but it wasn't necessarily legal. Okay. Just trying to get some context. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions before I turn it over to Commissioner Fox? Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am going to move that this item be deferred to October or November at the convenience of the applicant. I feel like there are still questions that need to be addressed. I would like to talk to Director Brooks because I want to understand, I think what staff's position was, they were concerned about continued expansion of a commercial zone at this location, and if one commercial property is sold and then another one's added, that may result in their fears. And so I just want to have an opportunity to look into this further. I don't want to say no at this time for the sake of the applicant, but that's my motion, that we defer this to October unless the applicant can't make that particular meeting, in which case I would say November.
So do you want to stick it for your motion to be October, or would you rather put it at November?
Well, I'd like to hear from the applicant to see.
Okay.
October's fine.
October's fine? Okay, perfect. So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second on the floor, and I see Mr. Thompson has a question.
No, I'd be in favor of that, but, because if you look at the 5909, it does have a section of the property that is commercial, and the rest of it is, it remains ag. Director Brooks, is that something that's possible to do, rezoning a portion of the property instead of the entire parcel?
Yes, that is an option.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. So Mr. Fox will get with you, and we'll see you back in October.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 15, 8-D-24-PA, is a request of Johan Van Tilburg for a comprehensive plan amendment from SMR Suburban Mixed Residential and HP Hillside Protection to CC Corridor Commercial and HP Hillside Protection at 7735 Freeway Heights Drive, parcel ID 028045 in the 7th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yes, ma'am. Robert Campbell, 7523, representing Tyndall's Building Supply and Johann von Tilburg.
Thank you. And do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends County Commission approve the CC corridor commercial place type because of, 1, changes of conditions such as surrounding land uses, zoning, uncontrolled natural forces, disasters, and 2, the proposed changes support the policies and actions, goals and objectives, and criteria of the plan. The HP Hillside Protection Area will be retained.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Or, I'm sorry, the applicant would like to talk about your project?
Sure, I would. And first of all, Commissioner Lee came and visited with Dave Hunt and Mr. Tilburg for just a little bit. Basically, we have a piece of property that adjoins Tyndall's headquarters that's been there probably since the 40s in that location. They're in a situation where the neighbors don't want access to Freeway Heights, and we don't either, because we want all those to be in one parcel. We've got access coming off of Gordon Smith Road, which is a secure access, and lets the whole place be put in one unit, basically. Also, the access off of Freeway Heights is, I think, only 12 feet wide, which is not going to give us legal access anyway. And so we're wanting to put some more storage warehousing for the simple reason of all you know that material shortages and different things have created real challenges. You know, you build a house, can't get a garage door. You build a house, can't get doors, that kind of stuff. So this allows them to store more material when they can get access to it, so they can respond to their customers quicker and hopefully not have those houses sitting there for 2 months waiting on a garage door or whatever. That tends to be the situation. So that's what we're trying to do. And again, we appreciate what the neighbor said and Commissioner Lee for coming out and talking. And I've got Mr. Hunt here if you've got any questions for him as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, I'll turn this over to Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to say thank you for the tour I was able to take. For the new commissioners that don't know Tyndall's Building Supply, they are a great business in the Halls community. The Tyndalls do everything that they say they're going to do. They contribute to the community. I don't know how Halls would have grew without the Tyndalls. And it's a good thing that they are growing. And I went and looked at the property. They are going to put a tree barrier between one house, and I would thoroughly approve this motion. And so I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Lee. Was that a second by Commissioner Jay? Thank you. Any other discussion?
Just quickly.
Commissioner Hill?
I do support this, by the way, but I noticed that planning staff denied this. Is that correct? Denied this plan amendment?
Planning staff recommended.
Oh, recommended.
Denial. Planning Commission recommended approval.
And staff did also?
No, planning staff did not recommend approval.
That was what I had thought was, I'm curious about that because it is surrounded by Tyndall Building Supply. Was that, I just wondered what your.
Yeah, this one was a challenge. I mean, you know, we have to look at the criteria for the plan amendment itself. And obviously, there's other factors that come into play that Planning Commission and you all can consider. But, you know, when thinking about whether or not it meets the intent of the corridor commercial place type, we had staff had some pause about that and didn't think that it met the criteria for a plan amendment.
All right. Thank you. I just was curious about that.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner Lee, did you have anything else?
No,
Okay.
no, Madam Chair. Oh, sorry.
You're fine. We've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Lee, a second by Commissioner Jay. All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project. Don't go anywhere.
No, I will not.
Next item, number 16, 8-D-24-RZ is also a request of Johann Van Tilburg. It's for rezoning from A agricultural to CB business and manufacturing, and the property description is the same as the previous item.
Thank you. Do we have any, can you
Yes.
state your name and address
Yes,
again?
ma'am. Yes, Madam Chair. Robert Campbell, 7523 Taggart Lane, and we would just ask for your approval to the rezoning.
Thank you. Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CB Business and Manufacturing Zone because it is consistent with the CC corridor commercial place type, subject to the condition that there is no access to the property via Freeway Heights Drive.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, Commissioner Thompson?
I noticed that you did recommend denial of the rezoning. What was particularly for the zoning, what was your main concern?
Well, we had concerns with the plan amendment, so unless we recommended approval of the plan amendment, we wouldn't be able to recommend approval of the rezoning. But there was some concern about that, the access to this particular piece of property. I think if it had been presented as a combined property with the adjacent property, the industrially zoned, we probably would have looked at this a little differently because access wouldn't have been such a concern.
All right. Seeing no other questions, Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd make a motion to approve the CB zone because it's consistent with the corridor commercial place type, subject to the condition there's no access to the property via Freeway Heights Drive.
Thank you. Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Lee, second by Commissioner Thompson. All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project.
Thank you all. Congratulations on your first meeting as the commission.
Next item, please.
Item number 17, 8-J-24-RZ is a request of Stephen Schoolfield and Greg D. for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential at 0 Gin Farm Drive, parcel ID 135HA003 in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Hello. If you can give your name and address for the record, please.
Yep, Stephen Schoolfield, 2042 Town Center Boulevard, Knoxville, 37922.
Thank you. And do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the surrounding development and in compliance with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
Just encourage commission to approve per staff recommendation.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Lee? Nope. Okay. Seeing none, we'll turn it over to Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this item be adopted by the commission.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Lee. All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 18, 8-K-24-RZ is a request of Larry Kuntz for rezoning from RAE exclusive residential and A agricultural to PR Plan residential up to 2 dwelling units per acre at 4338 York Road, parcel ID 1019PA018 in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. Hello. Can you give your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Larry Kuntz, 71224 Knoxville, Tennessee, and the property address is 4338 York Road.
Thank you. And do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan residential zone up to 2 dwelling units per acre.
Thank you. Mr. Kuntz, would you like to speak to your project? Do you have anything to say about your project?
We're only wanting to do one duplex.
Okay.
It's a 1.1 acre lot. I own the property next door, which not has anything to do with it, but we just want to do one duplex.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, I will turn this over to Commissioner Thompson.
Question to Director Brooks. What was your main concern with staff recommending denial of the rezoning?
That there were no substantial changing conditions in the area.
Okay. I'll leave it open for discussion for a second.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to give it back to you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lee.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Snowden, can you explain what the draining condition is there?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been out there, but we've historically had some issues with, and we've done some work on the other side of the street. This side of the street is uphill and the other side of the street is downhill, so there is a lot of water that comes out there. And we have done some improvements in that drainage system to the south. And we'd be happy to work with this applicant if you approve this to make sure, because I think there have been some driveways that drain down onto some other people, so we can work with this applicant and hopefully address that. But we have done some work in this area that I think has improved some of that situation.
Thank you. And as far as the planning condition, did you all approve that, Director Brooks?
I'm sorry, a planning commission did recommend approval.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, planning staff.
Planning staff did not recommend to planning commission to approve it because of the lack of no substantial changes and conditions in the area. But planning commission did think that the addition of one additional dwelling unit would have very little impact on the area and would be compatible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we will give it back to Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. And typically, I would agree with staff in that, but it is basically one acre, so you're only adding one unit. Obviously, it doesn't require a traffic study. So I'll make a motion that we approve this per Planning Commission recommendation.
Okay. We've got a motion on the floor, second by Commissioner Jay. Is that correct?
Do what now?
Thank you. All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck to you on your project. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 19, 8-F-24-PA is a request of Graham Corporation for a comprehensive plan amendment from RA Rural Agricultural to CC Corridor Commercial at 10801 Hardin Valley Road, parcel ID 103101 in the 6th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Tim Graham, 2300 Old Callahan Drive.
Thank you. Do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning commission recommends that county commission approve the CC corridor commercial place type because it's consistent with the changing conditions and policies of the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Mr. Graham, would you like to speak to your project? No? All right. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Graham? Seeing none, I will turn this over to District Commissioner Hill. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Frazier did. I apologize.
I'll yield to the district commissioner if she wants to.
Go ahead first.
I just had a couple of questions. Hey, Mr. Graham, how are you? You know, and when this came before TTCDA, you said, you'll get another swipe at me, so here I am. And we had a great conversation about your intentions for the property, which I think would align very well with the community. We're always looking for additional places that families can gather. My only concern is in the CN, and you are comfortable with CN, you stated that it doesn't have some of the requirements that potentially the CA zoning ordinance does, and it would require a landscaping plan and also kind of look at the sizes of signage and things that you can put there. I had asked Director Brooks, and I would like to ask her again, when staff looked at this parcel, did they consider the neighborhood commercial zone because it is adjacent to a residential home to the east of the parcel? And there is significant challenges with road congestion in the area.
During our internal staff discussions, yes, we did discuss the range of commercial zones that, that could be applied to this. CN was discussed because of the size of the parcel. And then, of course, the planned commercial, because there's a lot of planned commercial in the area.
Okay. Mr. Graham, are you familiar with commercial neighborhood? Is that something, because I'm just looking at it and I think it would be something that you would still be able to do the development that you were wanting to do, but it would also establish a precedent for design standards for future potential development of the remaining 10 acres should it occur. So is that something that you would be willing to discuss possibly with your district commissioner and consider?
So this item is for the plan amendment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Number 19?
Okay.
20 is the zoning? Do we
Yes,
need
sir.
to vote on the plan amendment first?
We do, you're right.
Okay.
My discussion is typically the same for both of those.
I understand.
And as you all have seen, that this is a part of a Century Farm, and 1.01 has been carved out. As I stated, to the east, there is a residential home. It is the corner of an intersection. We are, as a county, we're looking to improve the road conditions in that area. I did talk with engineering, and we do have some concerns about, it's pretty tight through there, and due to the lack of right-of-way and grade change on the north side, we may have to put in a retaining wall. One thing that we did talk about was requiring the developer to donate the right-of-way and easements needed for that upcoming project. So that is something to consider. Typically, thank you. This area is in the commercial corridor overlay. So this is kind of unique, that we still have some rural ag right there in that area. But it is because of growth, and it is because there is a Century Farm. And when we did the comp plan, it was requested that any parcels that were Century Farms or Legacy Farms to be included in the rural area.
So, may I speak?
Yes, sir.
Were you through?
Sure.
Are we going to vote on the plan amendment first and then move to the zoning? Was that?
That's typically how it works, yes, sir. And
Okay.
if the plan amendment fails, then we don't discuss the zoning, but
Okay. I just didn't know if I was supposed to, I was waiting to address the zoning on the second.
right.
Item.
And the district commissioner allowed me to ask some
Sure.
questions and comments, so now I'll turn it back over to her for her comments.
Thank you. Yes, as far as the plan amendment goes, I do support this comprehensive plan amendment. I do understand the fact that this was a Century Farm. In fact, I was active 3 years ago in getting that designation, even then knowing full well that the heirs were very close to selling the property. This is a commercial corridor. I mean, it's a major thoroughfare, and I do think that the plan amendment, as recommended, is appropriate. So I make a motion that we do change the plan amendment to commercial corridor for this area.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill and second by Commissioner Lee. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Graham, the Yarnell family owns both the parcel that this is under consideration and the surrounding family farm.
It's different heirs, different parts of the family.
Different, but same family, different branches of
Well,
the family.
I don't know the
No,
relationship, but
it's
the-
different heirs.
the property owner that I'm dealing with does not have anything to do with the 10 acres around it.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Lee. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please. Don't go anywhere.
It's item number 20, 8-L-24-RZ, also a request of Graham Corporation. It's for rezoning from BP Business and Technology Park and TO Technology Overlay to CA General Business and TO Technology Overlay, and the property description is the same as the previous item.
Thank you.
Now
Yeah.
I'd like to speak on that.
Let me just
If I
have
may.
let me just have Director Brooks. Yeah, Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve CA General Business Zone because it is consistent with the surrounding development and the intent of the zone. The TO Technology Overlay will be retained.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Graham, please
All
speak
right.
to your project.
Thank you. As you can see in the handout that I've given you, the first map is a higher elevation map, and then the second map shows all the commercial, both CA and PC, surrounding the property in both directions. Planning staff approved CA. The Tennessee Technology Corridor Authority approved CA. And the Planning Commission, 14-0, approved CA. Both CA and PC surround this 1 acre tract. It's only a stone's throw from Pellissippi Parkway, which has 46,000 cars a day. Hard Valley has 27 and 20,000 cars a day. McDonald's, Zaxby's, Wendy's, Regions, Bank, Exxon, Matlock Tire, Sherwin-Williams, and many other commercial, I don't know if that can be zoomed out, but many other commercial properties are in this immediate area, and soon to be Chick-fil-A and Starbucks. The Tennessee Tech Corridor Overlay Zone, Section 5.9, has 5 pages of requirements, including grading, drainage, and landscaping, et cetera, along with a checklist, which I think I gave you on the back page. You'll note on that back page, landscaping is one of them. So it's very similar to a use on review process. So whatever we do, which we expect to do a 8 to 10,000 square foot building, hopefully maybe a sit-down restaurant. Love to have a Albury's or Calhoun's or whatever, but certainly a 2 or at the most 3 tenant retail building. The property tax and sales tax dollars from our development will contribute significantly to the Hardin Valley Road improvements, much more than a farm or a farmhouse. Not that that's good, not that that's bad, but the Yarnell family is to be commended, obviously, for having a farm for 100 years. Well, we all appreciate that. But we know it's unrealistic that it, especially this farm, which is in the middle of so much commercial development, it's unrealistic to think that that's going to be a farm forever. Ours is just the 1 acre tract in the front. And quite frankly, you know, when you look at this zoning map with CA and PC all over it, CN's not appropriate here. CN is, this isn't a neighborhood. This is a major commercial commercial area. There's not a subdivision or any multifamily lots nearby. And when I think about this, of course, I'm a little old redneck from Carter, but I was just thinking about the Yarnell family. It just ain't right that they don't have the same zone that all their neighbors, especially since they have lived in this area 100 years. So it's not right that they don't have CA zoning. The CN zoning has limitations. The word limitations are in the section multiple times, and it doesn't even allow for restaurants as a use by right. It's a use by use on review process. In addition, I think drive-throughs are a use on review in CN zoning. So, you know, if Starbucks and Chick-fil-A get drive-throughs, the Yarnells deserve to, if you know, a good tenant comes along that needs a drive-through, then they deserve to have the same thing that all their neighbors. So, in conclusion, the planning staff approved CA, the Tennessee Tech Corridor approved CA, and the Planning Commission unanimously approved CA. So we respectfully ask for CA.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
I see that your light is on.
Would
you like to
I'd be happy to defer to Commissioner
Okay.
Frazier.
All right, Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Snowden, can you talk to me about the road improvements there and what you would like to see from the applicant?
Sure, be glad to. Yeah, we do have, some of those that may attend the public hearing back a while bit, a couple weeks ago. We do have a project there to widen that road. However, due to the, at the time before we knew Mr. Graham's project, we understood that that was going to be an agricultural use, and we assumed it would continue as such. So we did kind of shrink the lanes down a little bit through there and don't have a full 5-lane section through there because we didn't think we needed it because that use wasn't going to be occurring. So obviously with this change of use, we want to make sure that we provide for that long term. So we will need to expand that road a little bit additionally, which then will create, a little more take from the property owner as well as potentially a little bit bigger retaining wall through there because the grade does sit up a little higher. So, but yeah, it's certainly our intent to make this entire stretch of road 5-lane now that this change of use is occurring.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Graham, you said a couple of things that I wrote down I wanted to just clarify. You said you're looking at potentially 8,000 to 10,000 square feet building, correct?
That's
Okay. And then you said a large sit-down restaurant, family style, but then you went on to say possibly a 2 to 3 tenant building. In my eyes, those are very different. One is very much kind of a strip center with 2 to 3 tenants. The other is a single family style sit-down restaurant. Is it either or, are you wanting the option to do either, or, because I believe with CN, Director Brooks, the minimum square feet is 10,000?
5,000.
5,000, okay.
5,000, that's one of those limited things that I referred to earlier about CN zoning. And anything you do, you have to be able to park it. I'm not sure, quite frankly, an Aubrey's can park on 1 acre. So, but I don't consider a 2-tenant, maybe a 3-tenant with a small space in the middle being a shopping center as you're referring to. I would consider it just a 2-tenant building. That's what we call it in our industry, a 2-tenant building. So
Did you just say that you didn't think if it was Aubrey's there would be enough parking?
there possibly could not be. They have different prototypes, and let's not just focus on Aubrey's. We use them because we all like going to Aubrey's. But their store is, and they have certain parking requirements that may not fit on the 1 acre. But there's a lot of other sit-down restaurants that I think we would all enjoy going to.
I'm just very concerned about this area. As I told you, we welcome new businesses into communities, especially when it offers, a place for families to gather and often eat together and that sort of thing. I'm just trying to,
Let me, just to address Mr. Snowden's comments, we're happy to see the road improvements. We look forward to working with the county on that expansion. And we understand that we have to come back through county engineering to get permits, access points, grading, drainage, landscaping approval. So this is just zoning. Does this property deserve to be CA or not? That's really the question. And I think that the Planning Commission, it's that simple of a question of the Planning Commission's approved it as the other bodies have.
we'll also have to take in consideration the residential home to the east of the property. They also have rights, and it's our responsibility to take them into consideration when we are looking at any sort of commercial development that's going in adjacent to their property. So I hope that you can understand why I'm,
I think, of course, as you know, we don't see eye to eye on that, but I don't think 2 residential homes dictates the value of this property or the zoning condition.
well, they probably don't think a commercial zoning should impact their property value either, so we can argue both ways. So I'm done with what I've said.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill, are you good to defer to other commissioners right now? There's some other
Certainly.
ones that have
Yes,
questions.
absolutely.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going through the different zoning types, so you're obviously advocating for CA. CN, obviously neighborhood commercial. To me, and going through the zoning code, general commercial really could be anything. And where neighborhood commercial makes it more tailored to fit in a neighborhood, not just a general commercial. So I appreciate what Commissioner Frazier said in, some design standards, a little more structured commercial, not just general commercial, because I was going through the general commercial, and I mean, you could put in garage apartments, a cannery, could put in a sawmill. And as commissioners, we have to consider all potential zonings within, or uses within a zone. But where if you look at the neighborhood commercial, it reads off a list of things that you would typically see in a neighborhood. So, I mean, when you're talking about a restaurant or they're all, yes, they're uses on review, but they're reviewed for a reason, just to make sure that they're applicable for that area. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm confused as to how we got onto this, and with all due respect to my commissioners, if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck, it's a duck. It is a commercial corridor through and through. I think if you even consider commercial neighborhood, you're diminishing the value of why we put all of that into a commercial neighborhood. It is specifically, we just had a zoning, I don't know how many ago, in District 3, we're talking about townhomes, and right across the street is a commercial neighborhood zoned piece of property because it's literally surrounded by all kinds of other neighborhoods. This is not that value. This is not the same thing. And I didn't hear when Chick-fil-A was rezoned, when Matlock Tire was rezoned, when all these other ones were rezoned, I didn't hear an argument for those to be commercial neighborhood versus commercial. This is a commercial corridor in every way, shape, and form. And I'm not exactly sure why we're not, it's a corridor commercial property in a corridor of commercial properties. I'm not exactly sure how we got here. It seems like a very, very appropriate use, and it baffles me why we're discussing anything other than that. I'm very confused.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson?
Question for planning staff. There is, looking at the aerial map, there is a strip center, there's Maple Strip Biscuit Company, and then there's also like Victor's, across the street, there's Victor's Taco Shop, all the way down to Firehouse Subs and McDonald's. Can you state what all of those zonings are? Are they all CA or some of them CN?
They are planned commercial,
Okay.
planned commercial zone.
I agree with Commissioner Jay. This looks like CA.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? I would like to say really quick, for the new commissioners, but for the old commission, that everybody knew how excited I got about Andy's frozen custard right in the middle of Cedar Bluff. Reason being is because it was on a major thoroughfare, which is Cedar Bluff, and 2, the county gets to keep the taxes, which is huge. And we don't get that very often. So to have commercial tax dollars going into our county instead of having to split it with the city is a huge win for the county. I do understand it. I grew up here. I ran Hardin Valley Road. I understand it probably better than anybody. But right now, this is where we are, and we do have Chick-fil-A getting ready to open. Ribbon cutting this week, I think, and Starbucks. So I would love to see, this is just me and you talking, I would love to see like an Aubrey's or something, because my Aubrey's is like packed all the time, and they're probably from Hardin Valley. So if you could do that, that'd be fabulous. But all seriousness, I do appreciate that, because you have a lot in the city that you do, and I appreciate that you're putting some dollars into, sales tax dollars into the county. So I just wanted to say that. Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to just close real quick with a comment to my commissioners who are baffled. This simply comes from looking at this. This is a portion of a Century Farm, and there is a residential home adjacent to the east. And so in talking with community members, a lot of the same things can be accomplished with the different CN zones, so it was worth the discussion and the conversation. So that's really where it came from, in just looking big picture. Also living in that area, I truly wished that this body 15 years ago had have considered some of the things that I mentioned when they were rezoning this. It would be very different through that stretch of Hardin Valley, and it is at a standstill for hours during the day. So we just have to agree to disagree. I will support this because I know you'll do a good job and you will keep me up to date and you will ask me what I think, and I appreciate that, even though we don't agree all the time. We do agree sometimes, though. But he also understands where I'm coming from, and that I try very hard to protect the community and look big picture, not just parcel by parcel. So I appreciate that, and like I said, I will support this, but I want to be a part of this process and the development of this piece, okay?
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I will turn this over to District Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. And I do agree, Commissioner Frazier, with a lot that you said. If we could turn back the clock, it would look very different. Absolutely, it would. I did do some research into the CACN differences and talked quite a bit with Mr. Graham about it, and also talked with Mr. Snowden quite a bit about it too. I do know that Mr. Graham's hope is to be able to do a sit-down restaurant. That's the first thing I know that he plans to shoot for. However, being a developer and not someone who is specifically building to a plan at this point, I understand too that you cannot guarantee that, and that in fact may not happen. I understand the restriction with the CN and that it's a much, much smaller building, which would immediately eliminate a sit-down restaurant because the 5,000 square feet just does not accommodate the kind of restaurant that we're talking about. It just wouldn't work. Plus, it would not accommodate the parking, which I understand is a real significant issue. Mr. Snowden, was there anything else as far as the main differences between the CN and CA that seem to lend this more to a CA zoning as far as restrictions go?
No, I don't think so, Commissioner Hill. I think you've hit it pretty well. It's just there's setbacks and things like that, so I think you've covered it pretty well.
And do I understand, Mr. Graham, that you've talked with Mr. Snowden and you're aware of the
Road improvements?
You're aware of the easements and all that will be required for the roads, for the road, and that.
I look forward to negotiating with him.
Fair enough, fair enough. So having said all that, I would like to make a motion that we approve the CA zoning for this piece of property.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, a second by Commissioner Lee. We've got Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the district commissioner consider a friendly amendment to include a condition with engineering's approval for the road improvements? Whatever kind of the language that engineering would recommend? just to ensure that?
I don't have a problem with that. However, Mr. Snowden, am I correct that you are the overriding factor in this? Any easements, any right-of-way that would need to be acquired, in fact, would be your preview?
Correct. We do not at this time have the plans revised to reflect the exact amount of acquisition we will need, nor do we know how Mr. Graham's going to grade the site. So it's very, very difficult for us at this point to know the extent of those acquisitions. If that helps, it's we'll have to do some design and then obviously see what because I'm assuming he's going to bring his road grade down or his ground grade down. So until we know those things, it's going to be very difficult for us to speak to specifics of that acquisition.
Is it fair to say that what you want, you'll get?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Is it fair to say that what you want, you'll get?
At a price?
Well, I mean, I think we would have to appraise that and negotiate it as we would through normal process, so to speak, so.
Okay, I need to be clear, though, that if what the improvement is that you determine is needed to complete what we're wanting to do on Hardin Valley Road, though, that even if you all can't come to terms, that you're, even if it came to eminent domain, that we would still prevail on that. Is that correct, Mr. Snowden?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right.
I mean, we haven't asked this body to give us that authority, but if this body gives us the authority to acquire that property, we have all means necessary, which would be including eminent domain, unless Mr. Graham would be willing to donate those rights-of-ways and easements.
Come on, Tim. Actually, I do not have a problem with that amendment, including what would be required for Knox County to do the road widening as planned.
Thank you. Does the second have, are you okay, Commissioner Lee? Okay. So we have a motion on the floor with a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck. Mr. Graham.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Item number 21, 8-M-24-RZ, is a request of Taylor D. Forrester for rezoning from A agricultural and F floodway to CR rural commercial and F floodway at 8397 Beaver Ridge Road, parcel ID 077148 in the 6th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Present.
Can you state your name and your address for the record?
Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919.
Thank you. Do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CR Rural Commercial Zone because it is in compliance with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan. The F floodway zone will be retained.
Thank you. Mr. Forrester, would you like to speak to your project?
I can briefly. Property owner doesn't have any present plans, but in light of the recently adopted new comprehensive land use plan designating the classification for this property as rural crossroads commercial, the rezoning request for rural commercial seemed appropriate. The property's never been developed, to my knowledge. It's vacant as of today, and looking at the comprehensive land use plan designation of the appropriate zoning designations, the only directly related one is, in fact, the rural commercial. So it seems appropriate request, satisfies the ordinance requirements for rezoning, and we'd ask that you adopt Planning Commission's recommendation and approve the rezoning.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from commissioners? Seeing none, I will turn this over to District Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. I'm very familiar with this property, and people are just abuzz, hoping that there'll be a convenience store or a small gas station or something that goes up here. So
There's been the client had gotten some calls, I think, of some interest, but not having the zoning in place is kind
great.
of what
I
spurred this.
understand. Yes, this is absolutely appropriate ask. It is truly a rural crossroads type of scenario, and there's only a little over, actually, an acre of that is even buildable. It says 3.6, but over two of it's down a hill, and it's Beaver Creek. So it's a very small parcel. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve this rezoning to rural commercial.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, we go back to 11.
Yeah.
We're back to number 11.
Item number 11 is 7-A-24-RZ. It's a request of Magnolia Capital Group LLC for rezoning from PR Plan Residential up to 3 dwelling units per acre to PR Plan Residential up to 7 dwelling units per acre on Governor John Sevier Highway.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Okay. So Commissioner Fox, let me get back to that. This one has been deferred from August to, then they were a no-show of the applicant. I'm going to check the rules on that and see if they need to be.
Our rules may possibly state that if they've been a no-show 2 months in a row, that it could possibly be just denied. So we're checking the rules.
So Section H of our rules states that if the applicant fails to attend the subsequent zoning agenda meeting, the application shall be deemed withdrawn unless the commission votes otherwise.
So Commissioner Fox?
Madam Chair, I'm not going to insist on denying this. I will let it just be withdrawn per the rules.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox, second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Next item is on page 6, item number 23, ordinance O-24-9-101. It is amending the Knox County Code Appendix A zoning, Article 4, Section 4.108, creating standards for drive-through facilities, Article 5, Sections 5.31.02 through 5.31.03 pertaining to the CA General Business Zone, and 5.32.02 through 5.32.03 pertaining to the CB Business and Manufacturing Zone to allow consideration of drive-through facilities within these zones, in Section 5.37.03 pertaining to the CR Rural Commercial Zone, Section 5.38.03 pertaining to the CN Neighborhood Commercial Zone, and 5.91.03 pertaining to the TC Town Center Zone, adding references to the drive-through standards. This is ordinance O-90, this amends ordinance O-90-9-130, adopted September 10th, 1990, as amended, and this is on first reading.
Thank you. This is an ordinance, so we'll do a roll call. So we will start in District 1. Oh, I'm sorry, did you start? We need to start in 2. Start in District 2, I'm sorry.
Do you have any context on this?
Do we,
Do we need to hear, Madam Chair, do we need to hear from Planning Commission?
I'm
Planning
sorry,
Commission?
yes, we do. Director Brooks?
Yes, would you like for me to read the commission recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. Planning Commission recommends, hold on, give me just one moment here. Planning Commission recommends the following modifications in Section 4.108, subsection B2, the sentence, the Planning Commission may impose conditions modifying that permitted hours of operation shall not be removed. Section 2, Part 2, Section 4.108, subsection A7 shall read, exterior lighting of all types, vehicular headlights on site shall be directed away from any public rights-of-way unless otherwise directed by engineering and public works to support public safety. Fixtures shall be full cutoff. I think I got it.
Thank you. Now we can start the roll call vote in District 2. Oh, we do need a motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Durrett. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. I've got to do the roll call. I keep getting ahead of myself. I apologize.
Commissioner Darrett.
Aye.
Commissioner Oster.
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Commissioner Russell.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Commissioner Fox.
Aye.
Commissioner Jay.
Aye.
Commissioner Frazier.
Aye.
Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Thank you. Now, we do need to set a public hearing.
Motion passes.
A motion passes. We do need to set a public hearing before the next zoning meeting. If we can set that at 4:30 prior to zoning for next month.
Which new commissioners, ordinances that require first and second readings, we have to have a public meeting so that anyone would like to come and speak to the ordinance, they can, and we can hear them. And also want to give you all just a little bit of background on this. This came out of a traffic study done in the 9th District, correct, Director Brooks? And we saw several pockets of commercial nodes, and then we saw them kind of throughout Knox County, and then we started looking at them more closely, and these, we kind of, is this the wrong one?
Unless I'm.
It was Alcoa Highway.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. This is related to the Alcoa Highway
Right.
corridor study that we did a couple of years ago.
Right.
And so there was this is part of a larger group of amendments that came before
Yes.
this body in February and March of 2022.
Okay.
Thank you. So we will, that will be on the agenda for next month. It will be at 4:30 before our regular zoning meeting. Public forum, I think we have anybody signed up for public forum. Other business, Drew, remind me the cutoff date that you wanted commissioners to know that we talked about. Wednesday for the meeting on Monday. So if you have anything you need to get to Drew, it needs to be Wednesday afternoon. Also, I wanted to I wanted to change the way we do zoning right now. And to me, it makes more sense, and I'm kind of hoping you guys understand my logic here. But what I would like to do is I would like to group our zonings together. So say it be District 3 has 2 zonings, we do those. District 4 has 3 zonings, we do those. And I think it makes it a little more consistent as opposed to commissioners kind of going all over the place. You kind of stay in that zone, and then you finish your zonings, and then we move on to the next district. So I'm hoping that's going to make a little bit more sense. Is everybody good with that? We'll try it next month because I figure you guys are new, and so you just won't know that much difference anyways about it. Do we have any other business? Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is that that would be in addition to anything that's been deferred, basically kicking it to the front?
Yes, yes.
And I think the clerk, that should be real clear. So if you guys send notices to people that don't show, I mean, when we put that agenda together, if it's a deferral, you're right at the top, let's get that done and then keep on trucking.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, perfect. So I think everybody is good. Commissioner Durrett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to remind everybody to reply to me if you are able to attend our TCCA regional meeting October 1st at 5:30 at the Museum of Appalachia.
Okay. Do we have any other business to come before Knox County zoning? New commissioners, you can pat yourselves on the back. You made it through the first one. You came out unscathed, and I think we're all okay, and hope you enjoyed it. Look forward to seeing you guys next week, and meeting's adjourned.